Blah, blah, black sheep.
Paul's letter to the Philippians. The church in Philippi was the first Jesus community Paul started in Eastern Europe, and that
All right.
Paul's letter to the Philippians. The church in Philippi was the first Jesus community Paul started in Eastern Europe, and that story is told in Acts chapter 16. Philippi was a Roman colony in ancient Macedonia. It was full of retired soldiers, and it was known for its patriotic nationalism. And so there Paul faced resistance when he was announcing Jesus as the true king of the world. And after Paul moved on from there, those who became followers of Jesus continued to suffer resistance and even persecution, but they remained a vibrant community faithful to the way of Jesus. Paul sent this letter from one of his many imprisonments, and for a very practical reason. The Philippians had sent one of their members, Epaphroditus, to take a financial gift to Paul to support him in prison. And Paul sent back this letter with Epaphroditus to say thank you and to do a whole lot more. The design of this letter doesn't develop one single idea from beginning to end like many of Paul's other letters. Rather, Paul has arranged a series of short, reflective essays or vignettes, and they all revolve around the center of gravity in this letter, which is a poem in chapter 2. It artistically retells the story of the Messiah's incarnation, his life, death.
Sorry, we just need a moment of focus.
In Eastern Europe, and that story is told in Acts chapter 16. Philippi was a Roman colony in ancient Macedonia. It was full of retired soldiers, and it was known for its patriotic nationalism. And so there Paul faced resistance when he was announcing Jesus as the true king of the world. And after Paul moved on from there, those who became followers of Jesus continued to suffer resistance and even persecution, but they remained a vibrant community faithful to the way of Jesus. Paul sent this letter from one of his many imprisonments, and for a very practical reason. The Philippians had sent one of their members, Epaphroditus, to take a financial gift to Paul to support him in prison. And Paul sent back this letter with Epaphroditus to say thank you and to do a whole lot more. The design of this letter doesn't develop one single idea from beginning to end.
Did you hear? So, this is a military colony where they set themselves as pretty much a mini Rome, where they use all the symbols. So it'll be like you've been in New York, right? So imagine your house, like you put a bunch of like New York symbols, and then now we're trying to tell you that there's a greater city than New York, and you're like, nuh-uh, New York alone. It's pretty much what's happening here. But they'll use violence. Imagine like someone goes, you know what? Portland's a better city, and you just like, let's go. Yeah. So their super Roman Empire, super kingdom, our group, we're like this is superior God culture, and you're telling them actually there's a better God culture, and guess what? Our God died for you and then came back to life. Yeah, but then some people are like, wow, this is like a legit story, like dying to yourself for the other. I like this, but yet they're being persecuted.
the center of gravity in this letter, which is a poem in chapter 2. It artistically retells the story of the Messiah's incarnation, his life, death, and resurrection, and exaltation. And then in each of these vignettes, Paul will take up key words or ideas from that poem to show how living as a Christian means seeing your own story as a lived expression of Jesus' story. So Paul opens the letter with a prayer of gratefulness, and he thanks God for the Philippians' generosity, for their faithfulness, and he expresses his confidence that the life-transforming work that God has begun in them will continue into greater and more beautiful expressions of faithfulness and love. And Paul then focuses on their obvious concern at the moment, which is his status in prison. Being in a Roman prison was no picnic, but it paradoxically has turned out for good to advance the good news about Jesus. So all of the Roman guards, the administrators, they all know that Paul's in prison for announcing Jesus as the risen Lord. And his imprisonment, it's inspired confidence in other Christians to talk about Jesus more openly. And Paul's optimistic that he will be released from prison, but it's possible that he could be executed. And as he reflects on it, that actually wouldn't be so bad, because for me, Paul says, life is the Messiah. And so dying would be a gain. For Paul, his life in the present and in the future, it's defined by the life and love of Jesus for him. And so if he's executed, that means he'll be present with Jesus, which would be great for him. And if he's released, well, that would mean he could keep working to start more Jesus communities, which would be better for other people. And so that's what he hopes for. And notice how his train of thought works here. Dying for Jesus is not the true sacrifice for Paul. Rather, it's staying alive to serve others. And so that's Paul's way of participating in the story of Jesus, to suffer in order to love others more than himself. Paul then turns to the Philippians, and he urges them to participate in Jesus' example by taking up this same mindset. He says, your life as citizens should be consistent with the good news about the Messiah. So these Christians in Philippi, they were living in a hotbed of Roman patriotism, but their way of life was to be shaped by another king, Jesus. And that might bring persecution, but they are not to be afraid, because suffering for being associated with Jesus, it's a way of living out the story of Jesus himself. Which leads Paul into the great poem of chapter 2. It's rich with echoes of Old Testament texts, specifically the story of Adam and his rebellion in Genesis 1 through 3, and the poems about the suffering servant in the book of Isaiah. This poem is worth committing to memory. It is a beautifully condensed version of the gospel story. So before becoming human, the Messiah pre-existed in a state of glory and equality with God. And unlike Adam, who tried to seize equality with God, the Messiah chose not to exploit his equal status for his self-advantage. Rather, he emptied himself of status. He became a human. He became a servant to all, and even more than that, he allowed himself to be humiliated. He was obedient to the Father by going to his death on a Roman execution rack. But through God's power and grace, the Messiah's shameful death has been reversed through the resurrection. And now God has highly exalted Jesus as the King of all, bestowing upon him the name that is above all names.
Right there, that is like worthy of having a tattoo. That'd be so cool to have a tattoo on I feel like just for my back. He exists in nature God, not regarded his quality with God as a thing to be exploited. Rather, he emptied himself, taking the nature of a servant. He was born as a human and recognized as a human. He humbled himself by becoming obedient to the point of death, even death on the cross. Therefore, God has highly exalted him and given the name which is above every name, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee will bow in heaven, on earth, under the earth, and every tongue will confess. That will be a legit. I think I'm really considering putting that on my back.
So that all creation should recognize that Jesus the Messiah is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Now that last statement is astounding. Paul's quoting from Isaiah chapter 45. It's a passage where all creation comes to recognize the God of Israel as Lord. Paul's point here is very clear. In the crucified and risen Jesus, we discover that the one true God of Israel consists of God the Father and the Lord Jesus. And so for Paul, this poem, it expresses his convictions about who Jesus is, and it does more. It offers the example of Jesus as a way of life that his followers are to imitate. And so that's why Paul immediately goes on to tell two stories. First about Timothy, then about Epaphroditus, because they are both examples of people living out Jesus' story. So Timothy's like Jesus because he's constantly concerned for the well-being of other people more than his own. And Epaphroditus, who the Philippians sent with their gift, he ended up risking his life to serve Paul in prison. He got so sick he almost died trying to help Paul. But God had mercy on him and Paul by sparing him the loss of a friend. Paul's point here is that these are the kinds of people who are living, breathing examples of the story of Jesus, and they are worthy of imitation. Paul then turns to his own story as an example. So those Christians who had been demanding circumcision of non-Jewish Christians, remember his letter to the Galatians, these people are still stirring up trouble for Paul, and they keep reminding him of his own past, when he used to persecute Jesus' followers, when he tried to show his right standing before God by his zealous obedience to the laws of the Torah. But like Jesus, Paul has given up all of that status and privilege. He now regards all of it as filth, and the word he uses is actually much less polite. He's given it all up to become a servant, like Jesus, to participate in his suffering and sacrificial love. And he does all of it in the hope that Jesus' love will carry him through death and out the other side into.
Like that word is so bad. He regarded all as filth, like his past life. Like it's like the shit word. And comparing to knowing the Messiah, like his past, back when Paul was like he was like the top elite people who knew the Torah and will go after Christians. And he's like, that past
So bad. I got throw in the garbage and dump in lava.
Resurrection. So Paul says that for followers
huh?
And drop a nuke on it and 5 billion missiles.
Mm-hmm.
of Jesus, their true citizenship is in heaven, which for Paul does not mean that we should all hope to get away from earth and go to heaven one day. Rather, heaven is the transcendent place where Jesus reigns as king. And he says we're eagerly awaiting our royal Savior to come from there and return here to bring his kingdom of healing justice and transforming love to bring about a new creation. Paul then challenges the Philippians to keep living out the Jesus story. He first addresses two prominent women leaders in the church who worked alongside Paul, and they're in some kind of conflict. And so Paul pleads with them to follow Jesus' example of humility, to reconcile and become unified. Paul then urges the Philippians not to give in to fear, but despite their persecution, to vent all of their emotion and their needs to God, who will give them peace. And that peace, Paul says, it comes by focusing your thoughts on what is good and true and lovely. There's always something that you could complain about, but a follower of Jesus knows that all of life is a gift and can choose to see beauty and grace in any life circumstance. Which leads Paul to his conclusion. He again thanks the Philippians for their sacrificial gift, and he wants them to know that his imprisonments, that his times of poverty, that these are not true hardships for him. They've actually become his greatest teachers, showing him that no matter his circumstances, he has learned the secret of contentment. It's simple dependence on the one who strengthens him. Paul has come to see his own suffering as a participation in the story of Jesus. The letter to the Philippians gives us a unique window into Paul's own heart and mind. He saw his entire life as a reenactment of the story of Jesus. And you can sense in this letter his close connection to Jesus, his awareness that Jesus' love and presence is closer than his own skin. And that's what gave him hope and humility in his darkest hours. And so Paul shows us that knowing Jesus is always a deeply personal, transforming encounter. And that's the kind of Jesus that Paul invites others to follow. And that's what Paul's letter to the Philippians is all about.
I'm thinking before Thailand, depending on like our friend, take away. Okay. So the very beginning, like Paul is in prison. And with Jesus, we can actually live in thankfulness and still in good, like in good spirit and peaceful spirit, even while suffering, even while having to scroll on our Panera account to get a drink. Through all harshness and through all discomfort, even for me with having to install drivers and drive, I live I could be challenged to be constantly thankful. And so we remember in every moment that we want to shake our fist and get that annoys me. We can look to King Jesus. Because there is in this life, we're always going to be annoyed by something and by someone. Like people stink. But we serve a good King Jesus who loves them deeply, and we can be thankful for what Christ has given us, even when people are actually being very stinky. Even when I'm myself am being stinky. All right, friend, we can start. King Jesus is good. No one else who has the ultimate power who lay that down. What's up? On GPO? Uh-huh. Good job. That's cool. You like cyborged it? Or do you still have the snow fruit? Is snow fruit as a good PvP fruit because it probably has a lot of CC? Hmm. I imagine I imagine snow fruit will slow him down too, right? Okay, so it is shared. Sorry, guys. I should probably feed them all before I start selling things. Oh my gosh. I'm not prepared for that. Looks like I lost the combo. Oh man. Come on. I need to go back to boot camp. Oh my gosh. Killing me. Thanks, friend. All my years of training has prepared me for this moment. A turtle? Ah. Whew. Music reminds me so much of Terraria. What? Oh, failed. All right. Let's look through the things. One more. That's the 10. Is 11. Okay. Oh, good, you. All right. We need more potatoes and tomatoes and potatoes, tomatoes, and potatoes, tomatoes, and wheat. Potatoes, tomatoes, and wheat. right, Broham, in about 7 minutes we have to go through step, okay? lobster. That's a nice little pond that holds it all. Even golden tuna. When you see full 3 exclamation points and like a full like oh my gosh effects, that's when you know I got a golden tuna. If it's red, that means it's gonna be difficult. Rhythm. That means it's a normal rhythm. But the more chains I have, the faster it gets and the more fish I get. Once the chain's breaking, I start over. I guess start the chain over again. You're saying after this one I should be at speed 20? Speed 2. I see. Good eye. No, I mean, I do so. This is like a little, like I don't have to do this, but I'm quickly just powering through this, so I don't have to do it again. It's like a little like farming, fishing, like simulator that affects the whole game. And I don't have to do it, but I'm just powering through it now, so I don't have to do it later. Oh my gosh. I know my brain gets easily distracted. It's easier with headphones because it's just me and the sound and the rhythm. But since I have it on speaker, my brain is trying to focus on whatever Robin's watching over there. It's my ADHD brain. Oh, that makes sense. It's just where I have to click. Yep, mouse button. Oh, here's the golden fishy. Golden puffer's fish. Nice. It's a golden, yeah. I exchange it, and I can exchange it for better rods, or I pretty much exchange it for like some sort of like, here I'll show you. So I go here, I sell, and it goes into whatever this is. And then I can exchange it either for straight money, so 72,000 that, 72,000 cash, or what I'm working towards is the turkey rod. And after the turkey, well, I'm working towards it. You know, these things require like steps. You get the next rod. It's like your classic grind game. Right now, I'm literally embracing the grind. Well, I also don't get a spend $5 now and you'll get the super rod. A super you have spent money on this game, you whale. I like how I just power through this now and just, yep, and I'll become really strong in the main game and I don't have to worry about this ever again. Yeah. The main game is the yeah. And it's where things keep coming at you and you keep backing them back. Yeah, well, I mean, you maybe play something like this before. Give us money, noob. Actually, this game is awesome. It's free and it's really well made. I mean, I'm doing it for the mechanics. And actually, it's very, was well done. It's a well done game. That doesn't go, woo, woo. If you want this, throw $500 at us now. Still, like, the fact out. I mean, you're going to defend it. It's not my type of thing. Anything with microtransactions, I don't. Oh, I gotta do this first. Anything with microtransactions, I stay away. Hey, if you want your plants to harvest 2 times speed, send us $5 now. Let's feed the troops. They collect me money. That's just what they do. They just passively collect me money. Ooh. Oh, ran out of tuna. Some sort of battery monster. I don't know. I just actually hire them. You can spend money to throw out advertisement to hire people to work for you. Oh my gosh, right, I hit Windows. And you know what? Oh wait. You can look. Nope. Time right there, time right there, time on your screen. There. Well, that's, you know, as they level up, the more that they gather. Oh, I need to see you. All right. Spinach. All right. Clownfish. So looks like potato. Wheat, potato, potatoes. I'll just go back and fish. Alright, potato. Alright, 153,000. Alright, almost there. 200,000 more. That just means I get more powerful fish and faster collection, all like fun jazz. Yep. So what I do is right now, until I complete this, I go until I pretty much do this until I lose. And I go take care of the troops and the plants, and I go back and embrace the get good rhythm. Nope. It's a pixel game. Doesn't make sense, and that's okay. Heal. Manta Ray. That'll be crazy. I like it. It makes me get good. Well, he has kind of like a fire sword, but when I actually play, you see my guy use it. He's pretty cool. I got my first victory with him, and I was just burning the map. Everything was on fire. It was delightful. I'm gonna keep on doing this little mini thing until I'm done. I assume I'll be done in about an hour. Whenever you're ready to go play Uno, just go ahead and start it up, and we'll do it. You told me earlier you didn't want anything from the candy bowl. Is that all you have left is your fruit? Okay. Sure. Sure. And super hydrate, my friend. Yeah. Oh, really? The second season's gonna be out soon? It's gonna be a while. It takes a while for them to... Oh my gosh, 1 second. Oh, it takes a while. Here, look. One piece, second, and Netflix. All right. When will there be? So they're filming next month, and it seemed like it might be released in January for 2024. So it looks like they're filming. Well, they're starting to film, and then next year is when, the beginning of next year, it looks like they're saying that we'll have a second season of One Piece. I did hear that a third Sonic is in the works. Okay, dehydrate. Nice. it's in my own world. There's no, it's single player. There's no multiplayer in this game. Those are all just NPCs. That was cool. It's one of the very first fish you catch. Oh, fish up. The small fish. Squid, actually. Manta ray. Oh, that's a manta ray. Oh man. Oh, oh, I broke. Oh. All right, I'm gonna take care of. Time to take care of the troops. Oh, it just means that they're ready to be harvested. Nope. Probably in the kitchen. I took them off. Check by my coat too. Here. Oh, alright, I'll be fine. Time to feed the troops. How much? Pretty much. They get tired. Keep making me money. I don't know. This is what they asked for. This game's right. These games are more cute than reason, dude. There's really no reason in this game.
Act live.
They fish them and leave them, the other NPCs. We're low on the money. Oh, almost 3. Oh wait, actually, I think I have enough. Heyo. I'll sell. I'll exchange this for some. Yep. No, don't need it. The monsters that I'm feeding don't ask for rice. It did. I don't know what the use of the food is yet. It's just consumables mid-run. I don't care too much. Then that's thing. Food randomly drops, and also there's ways for health. All right, let's try out the new rod. The fun rod. I'll go around, pick it up later. Probably maybe in the day, since he's helping his dad work. Catch 3 manta rays with 1 fishing line. Oh, that's got a shark. The rays are pretty peaceful though. I wouldn't want to fish them. It'll just be more stuff. We already have more than enough stuff. How much stuff do you have? How full are your things of things? A little? Should we go and count them? That's it? That's all you have? If we go check out the mini drawers of the mini stuff, we only just find just that? Oh, okay. Yeah. That is pretty cool. Oh my gosh. I have silly goose moments. Love it when they change patterns on you. Breaks your brain. It's better when you're actually engaged. But I think you could say the same thing about all the other games that like GPO. It's a little different when you're actively playing. So Logan-san. Oh, he actually. Look at that. You look at me practicing for Geometry Dash. Oh yeah, this is what I'm doing right here. This fishing mini game is a gateway drug to Geometry Dash. Oh no, it's just the rhythm. It's like a rhythm, so you have to like, it's a rhythm in the end. Oh, we have to do game. So you ready for Uno? All right, let me know when you got it going. Oh gosh. Absolutely distracted. Dang it, that's what I get for listening. That's fine. About time. About time I lose. High skill games, I don't do well when I'm distracted. Talking about a crab game with crab battles. Is that the game you're talking about? The another crab's treasure? Yeah. You're like, whoa, look at this game, actually kind of fun. And then I was like trying to do a skill thing. I'm like, I'm not. Yep. It's blah, blah, blah. It means nothing. Did it really say that?
Why does it have like that giant warning label?
Lord, fast.
You did? Cool. Yep.
What the?
You're saying that because I imagine people do that, which is like, all right, I'm in.
Oh no, nobody.
Ultimate power.
Five.
How does that the same
You don't want to be on.
Ah.
Because that skip button skips everyone. It goes a full loop. But then someone else played. Someone had my car and they just threw it in. Challenge. Is there a challenge option?
I thought it was.
That's why you have to resist all orders to jump in when they do a draw wild. There we go. And just like that, I've absolutely lost the lead.
Definitely.
This is like...
What the? This is like Jake.
Okay. Oh my god.
No.
Oh man.
Wait.
Embrace the pain. Feel it. That was... It's- I just don't care enough to try.
Oh, dang. He has another. Ah. Wait, what?
Dude, take the +2. Whoa! Whoa! No! That was not an appropriate thing to say, my friend.
Oh no.
Watch Archie just brings it back. Oh, no. Okay. Does he? Well, I mean, it shows on the other side. Challenge him.
Why am I drawing?
Do you draw until you have purple? That's how that card works. Dang, dude.
God.
Yeah, keep going.
Dude, what the heck?
Oh, man. How many points did he end with? Man, if we were having a 500 match, he would have, like, at almost win door.
I thought it was just like bugged. It was just gonna make me keep drawing forever.
Bleh.
I'm hungry. I'm gonna warm something. There you go. free. Free warfare in the Old Testament. Ooh, this looks like a fun book. The organization, weapons, and tactics of ancient Near Eastern armies. Are you asking me to stop being distracted and get the book up? Okay. Mm. Yeah, there's like a Bluey episode about it. Yeah. Huh? No. No. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I never. I'm not a YouTube. I'm not very much of a. I
Dude, that's classic. Everyone knows.
cool. I may have seen
Like
something.
a cultural stone. Although they do make FNAF videos now. They make FNAF videos for little babies like you.
Aw, that's it.
Just kidding, I'm a baby too.
Yeah,
I
then
watch
get
FNAF.
wrecked.
I watch FNAF.
Get wrecked.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Broheim, I'll do the reads.
Ready?
Okay. Okay. Christ, your own for amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you that for the amazing gift of putting metals together on plastic, and then you send electricity through it, and then we get images presented on screens of, and it's something we can engage, and it's just how this community is run. May we always take these objects that you have blessed us with, and may we ring it for you, for your goodness, for the goodness of others. May we lay down our privileges like you have, however that looks, and may we be there for the other, like you are there for us. May we meditate on the Spirit, be in steps of it, so that the fruit of the Spirit is always growing in us, because in you there is peace. I know my anxiety and my fears of the world go down when I rest in you. So may I and everyone who is here with me rest in you. Amen. In the 23rd year of Jehoash, son of Ahazah, king of Judah, Jehoash, son of Jehu, became king over Israel and Samaria. For 17 years he did what was displeasing in Yahweh's eyes and followed the offense of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, that he caused Israel to commit. He did not turn from it. So Yahweh's anger flared against Israel, and he gave them to the hand of Hazael, king of Aram, and of Ben-Hadad, son of Hazael, continuously. Jehoshaphat entreated Yahweh's favor, and Yahweh listened to him, because he saw Israel's affliction, because the king of Aram afflicted them. Yahweh gave Israel a deliverer, and they came out from under the hand of Aram. And the Israelites lived in their tents as they had previously, only they did not turn from the offense of Jeroboam's household that had caused Israel to commit. They walked in them, and further the Asherah stood in Samaria. The rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat and all that he did in his power, these are indeed written down in the annals of the kings of Israel. Jehoshaphat slept with his ancestors and was buried in Samaria. His son Joash became king instead of him. In the 37th year of Jehoash, king of Judah, Joash, son of Jehoahaz, became king of Israel and Samaria for 16 years. He did what was displeasing in Yahweh's eyes. He did not turn from all the offense of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, that he caused Israel to commit. He walked in them. So more kings of Israel being not cool. Serving the master, serving the other gods. and there's a correlation between serving other gods and the poor, the weak get downtrodden. Actually, let me 1 second. Let me take care of that. Now Elisha was sick with the sickness of which he died. And Joash the king of Israel went down to him. He wept over him and said, Father, Father, the territory of Israel is Calvary. Elisha said to him, Get a bow and arrow. Get a bow and arrows. He got himself a bow and arrows. Elisha said to the kings of Israel, Write your hand on the bow. He wrote his hand on the bow. Elisha put his hands on the king's hands and said, Open the windows eastwards. He opened them, and Elisha said, Shoot. He shot, and Elisha said, Yahweh's deliverance arrows, a deliverance arrow against Aram. You will strike Aram at Ephek so as to finish it off. And he said, Get the arrows, and he got them. He said to the king of Israel, Strike the ground. He struck the ground 3 times and stopped. The man of God was angry with him and said, Strike in the ground 5 or 6 times. Then you would have struck Aram so as to finish it off, but now you will strike Aram only 3 times. Elisha died and was buried. Now raiders from Moab invaded the country at the turn of the year. And once people were burying someone, and there they saw the raiders. So they threw the man into Elisha's tomb. And when the man touched Elisha's bone, he came to life and stood on his feet. While Hazael, king of Aram, afflicted Israel all the days of Jehoash, Yahweh was gracious to them and had compassion on them. He turned his face to them for the sake of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He was not willing to annihilate them, and he has not thrown them out from before his face even until now. Joash, son of Jehoash, took back from the hand of Ben-Hadad, son of Hazael, the cities that he had taken from his father Jehoash in war. 3 times Joash struck him down and recovered Israelite cities. Chapter 14 summarizes. Chapter 14 summarizes the reign of Amaziah in Judah and Jeroboam, son of Joash in Ephraim. So there's this moment with Elisha. Elisha, life is being finished. And this moment where Yahweh, again, in his compassion, these guys are not good people, but in his compassion, in moments of just saying sorry, Yahweh just like gives them mercy. Cheese, turkey. And that's going to, that piece of sandwich is going to be so good after I'm done reading. I'm going to let it cool off. Pretty much with that cheese melted and then cooled off, it's just going to be like a nice little waffle piece of cheese with with a sandwich in the middle. Mm-hmm. I mean, as long as you don't put syrup, I mean, like, there are savory waffles out there. Like, at the waffle window, like, you could get waffles with bacon on it. And cheese and like, a fried egg. I mean, if you did a sweet waffle, sure. I bet. Man, I'm getting really hungry just talking about food. Mm.
Waffle burger.
let's do this. Ooh. All right. Yesterday in church, the person who was doing the first scripture reading from the prophets said as she came up to the lectern, I don't really want to read this passage. After she had read it, our rector said he had been struggling with it all through the week. He was going to preach on the readings from the Gospels, but he invited the congregation to share thoughts on in reaction to this first passage. It came from Amos 7. It included a colorful warning about God's angry judgment on the priest who had told Amos to shut up and not prophesy. How do we handle such passages? Of course, someone pointed out, actually it was me, that Jesus is at least as colorful and straight in his warnings. So how do we relate to such a God and to such a Jesus? These stories in 1st, 2nd Kings raise the same question as they keep describing the way God gets angry with Israel and takes actions against the people because of their waywardness. 2 Kings 13 encourages us to lift our heads, and see that God's abandonment never turns out to be complete or final. There is a consistency about the life of Ephraim. You can say that the nation was conceived in sin, the sin of Jeroboam, son of Nebat. Remember what he did? Jeroboam? He created the 2 calves and it's like, this is your God, to make sure no one goes to Jerusalem. The sin of Jeroboam, son of Nebat. Kings such as Jehoahaz and Joash are still walking Jeroboam's ways, and they are paying the penalty in the form of the invasion of Hazar, the Aramean king, whose anointing God had commissioned precisely for this purpose. But Jehoahaz pleads with God to have mercy, and God responds by sending him a deliverer. We don't know who this was. This happened in the book of Judges. The Israelites are free to go home. Tents is an archaic expression for their homes. Only a few pastoralists might be literally living in tents. There's no reference to God's action being a response to Jehoahaz's repentance and giving up the service of the masters and the Asherah. The reason God has mercy is that he saw Israel's affliction because the king of Aram afflicted them. The affliction God saw was the affliction that God had commissioned, but God could not resist Jehoahaz's plea to bring it to an end. Literally, Jehoahaz softened Yahweh's face. Yahweh was focused on being hard-faced towards Ephraim. Jehoahaz managed to get Yahweh to focus on what the people were going through and thus to stop being hard-faced. Maybe we might infer Yahweh was thinking. Maybe showing them mercy will win their repentance. With them to turn away from the masters and come back to me properly. It didn't happen. The closing part of the chapter spells out further what is going on in God's heart and draws on some key Old Testament ideas about God. God's action is an expression of God's grace. It's the first reference to God's grace in Solomon's prayer at the dedication of the temple. But grace has underlain the entire story. God's action is also an expression of God's compassion. It's the first reference to God's compassion in 1st and 2nd Kings. But we know about compassion because it was the motherly feeling for a baby displayed by one of the women in 1 Kings 3. Third, God's action issues from God's covenant commitment, specifically to Israel's ancestors. The trouble with that commitment was that no concrete conditions attached to it. So God can't get out of being faithful to that covenant and its promises simply because Israel doesn't keep its side of the bargain. The covenant wasn't a bargain. All this meant that God wasn't willing, you could say wasn't able, to annihilate them or throw them out even until now. When is this now? Prophets such as Elijah and Elisha and kings such as Jehoahaz and Joash lived in the 9th century. Hazael died about 806 BC. But for the author of these books, and now is much later, the Assyrians put Ephraim out of business, nearly a century later in 722. But the period covered by these books covered the best part of another 2 centuries. There was no nation of Ephraim to see it. This statement thus makes an astonishing and bold statement of faith. When the only Ephraimites you can see are some people who took refuge in Judah when their nation fell, and some people who now have Assyrian immigrants living among them, many of whom have forgotten what it means to be Ephraim. God has not forgotten. They are still before his face. Let some more centuries pass, and the area of Ephraim will be part of Israel again. It was where Jesus came from. I remind myself of these dynamics of Ephraim's experience when I am disheartened by the near demise of the church in Europe. The closing stories about Elisha leaves modern people scratching their heads and feeling uncomfortable, though people in traditional societies find them more intelligible. The stories don't fit the way modern people look at the world. We might view their assumptions as whirling close to magic, and or we might simply say we don't believe them. So, as usual, we need to ask why God might be willing to have such stories in his book. One implication of the first story emerges from Joash's greeting to Elisha on his deathbed. Father, Father, the cherishes of Israel and his Calvary. They are words Elisha himself used when Elijah was taken off by God. You ready for the last clincher? It's tempting to think that the servant through whom God works is key to your security and success. Elijah wants Joash to see otherwise and take responsibility under God for taking hold of God's power. But Joash only half succeeds in doing so. The second story suggests an opposite point. Elisha doesn't stop doing things just because he's dead. There is still life in him. So, what happened to Elisha? He died. But it's like crazy because the power of Yahweh was still coursing through him, even through his dead body. And so it shows that God is the God of the living and not the dead. There is an age to come, which affects now. All right, friend, we can start. Oh. Oh. Potatoes, potatoes. Boil hard with some stick 'em in the stew. Boil hard with some stick 'em in the stew. I can't do this anymore. I've reached my limit. Oh. Archer. Can't go through step, my friend. That's the same game. I've been playing just the same game the whole time. That's the main focus of the game. Pretty much, the fans. These are all like really popular people, and the fans have like got turned evil against you, and so you're trying to stop them. Oh yeah? Mm-hmm. There you go. Definitely a Logia fruit, so you're literally unhittable. I mean, at that point, you just gotta hope you could get to it. You gotta hope you could get to the all-seeing eye through the fruits. Yeah. You ready? All right. How not to render to Caesar. All right, that's a good call. I'm gonna hydrate too. What's that? The secret is you put a little cheese on the outside so that it crusts on the end. So good.
Oh.
How not to render to Caesar. Chapter 15 summarizes the reign of Uzziah, and Jotham, and Judah, and of Zechariah, Shalom, Menachem, Pekah, and Pekah and Ephraim. Among other things, the tumultuous history of the Ephraimite monarchy in this period meets the fulfillment of God's word in Jehu about the destiny of his line. Do you choose, or does your family get some? Chicken wings. The chicken nuggets. Put some buffalo sauce in those bad boys, dip them ranch. You asked me, so that's my thoughts. Geez, they're all amazing. Thank you that we could take this time and enjoy these electronics times together. Thank you, King Jesus, for training humanity with the ingenuity of it, with brains and capacity to put circuitry together. You are good. You have created the earth with abundance. May we use those resources to help the other, learn to multiply the abundance for the other. Wonderful awesome name, amen. In the 17th year, Pekah, son of Ramiah, Ahaz, son of Jotham, became king in Judah. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. He did not do what was upright in the eyes of Yahweh his God like David his ancestor. He walked in the way of the king of Israel. Further, he passed his son through the fire in accordance with the abhorrent practice of the nations that Yahweh disposed before the Israelites. So he sacrificed his kid to the masters, and sacrificed and burnt incense at the high places on the hills and under every flourishing tree. Then Rezin king of Aram and Pekah the son of Remaliah king of Israel came up to Jerusalem to do battle. They besieged Ahaz but could not prevail. At the time, Rezin king of Aram At that time, Rezin king of Aram regained Elat for Am. He cleared out the Judahites from Elat, and Edomites came to Elat and have lived there until this day. Ahaz sent aides to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, I am your servant and your son. Come up and deliver me from the hand of the king of Aram and from the hand of the king of Israel, who are rising against me. Ahaz got the gold and silver that could not be found in Yahweh's house and in the treasuries of the king's house, and sent them to the king of Assyria as a gift. And the king of Assyria listened to him. The king of Assyria went up to Damascus, captured it, exiled it to Kir, and put Rezin to death. King Ahaz went to meet Tiglath-Pileser, the king of Assyria, at Damascus, and he saw the altar at Damascus. King Ahaz sent Uriah the priest a picture of the altar and a plan of it for its entire construction. And Uriah the priest built the altar, in accordance with all the king Ahaz sent from Damascus. So Uriah the priest did before King Ahaz came from Damascus. When the king came from Damascus, and when the king saw the altar, the king moved toward the altar and went up on it and offered his burnt offering and his grain offering, poured his libation, and spattered the blood of his fellowship offering on the altar. He brought an altar that was before Yahweh. He moved it from the front of the house between the new altar and Yahweh's house, and put it by the side of the new altar to the north. King Ahaz ordered Uriah the priest, offer the morning burnt offering and the evening grain offering, the king's burnt offering and his grain offering, the burnt offering of all the people of the country, their grain offering and their libations on the great new altar. All the blood of the burnt offering and all the blood of the sacrifice you are to spatter on it. Verses 15b to 20 close off Ahaz's reign. A recent graduate of our seminary was telling me on Friday that the seminary faculty is dividing between people who avoid saying things that students will disagree with and people who don't mind saying such things. The logic she thinks is that the problem with saying things that students will disagree with is that it may issue in negative student evaluations. And negative student evaluations may mean you don't get tenure. So the second category of professor tends to include the people who already have tenure. Now, if the graduate is right, the professor's logic is full of holes. Students have diverse views, so whatever you say, you'll be disagreeing with some of them. I make a point of doing so, and it's not the reason I get negative evaluations, unless the students are hiding the real reasons for those. Further, in tenure meetings, I have never heard such considerations taken into account. Yet it is of course the case that the things we say and do are influenced by our assumptions about the views of people with power over us, for instance, our students or our congregations if we are pastors. That's Ahaz's problem, or one of his problems. He is unfortunate enough to live in a time when Israel's political horizon broadens exponentially. Throughout the Old Testament story so far, the only big part Israel has had to worry about is Egypt. But in recent centuries, their problems have been their immediate neighbors, such as Moab, Edom, and Ammon to the east, and Philistia, Phoenicia, and Aram to the west, northwest, and northeast. Now the Assyrians have carved out an empire in Mesopotamia and the northern part of modern Iraq, and have extended their sphere of influence and assertion of control to the west for the sake of the trade potential that lies that direction. It's the economy, stupid. Geography means that their ambitions more directly affect Aram and Ephraim, not least because of their place in the trade routes, though they have affected Judah too. Ahaz appealed to the Assyrian king on the basis of being his servant and son presupposes that Judah accepts Assyria's overlordship. It is on this basis that can appeal to Assyria. Chapter 15 relates how the reign of Menachem sees Tiglath-Pileser first showing up in Ephraim in about 7040. In chapter 15, he is called Pul. His own records mention the tribute payment he received from Menachem, raised by taxes on the ordinary people. The story suggests this was a price Menachem paid for his Syrian support. Maybe against internal enemies, maybe against those other local foes. Tiglath then invaded Ephraim. A decade later, in the time of King Pekah, occupied much of northern Ephraim, including Galilee, which was key to control the trade routes, and transported many of its inhabitants. We also learn from Isaiah how these developments started affecting Judah and Pekah's reign. Ephraim and Aram had become allies instead of enemies because of a desire to resist Assyria, and they leaned on Judah and joined them in doing so. Judah's response is to appeal directly to Assyria for support against Ephraim and Aram. These events suggest another take on the complexity of the challenge that has evolved in being the people of God while also living in the real world. Here, one political embodiment of the people of God, Ephraim, is allying with another nation, Aram, to resist a superpower, and it is then joining with that ally and threatening the other embodiment of the people of God, Judah, and invading his country. That other embodiment of the people of God is then appealing to the superpower for support against its own brother. It even bears responsibility for the fact that the superpower undertakes its first invasion of Ephraim. Further, that inevitability involves its king and various concessions to the superpower. Immediately, Ahaz can hardly blame everything on that pressure. 2 Kings portrays him as engaging in the same kind of traditional worship as features in Ephraim itself, as well as adding the Canaanites' practice of sacrificing a child as a way of demonstrating the kind of commitment to God to which God might reasonably be expected to respond positively. The story may also imply that the king's involvement in offering the first sacrifices on his new altar raises further questions. It is a king such as Jeroboam who personally climbs the altar to offer sacrifice. When David and Solomon offer sacrifice, the story may assume that it was the priest who undertook the actual sacrifice ritual on the king's behalf. It is unlikely that all Ahaz's deviant action could be blamed on Assyrian pressure. Ahaz did have to make it financially worthwhile for the Assyrians to bother to come and protect Judah against Ephraim and Aram. He also demonstrates his subservience in introducing into the temple an altar like the one he found in Damascus, the Aramean capital, now under direct Assyrian rule. The Old Testament does not suggest that every time you make an altar, you have to follow God's prescription, any more than we do when we build a church. But it is a different matter deliberately to design an altar to fit what the superpower will prove, so that it becomes as much a way of acknowledging Caesar as a way of acknowledging God. 2 Kings expresses its implicit critique in a different way to Isaiah, but it complements it. Isaiah's point to Ahaz is that the challenge and security of Judah lies in relying on Yahweh. But to Ahaz, that wouldn't seem a very practical way of living in the world. The close of the account of the new altar provides a useful summary of the temple's worship round as practiced at one stage in Israel history. Offering at daybreak, give thanks for the night's rest, and dedicate the day to God. Offering at sunset, give thanks for the day and seek God's protection for the night, as well as burnt offerings and the libations of wine, the whole of which go up to God. There are the grain offerings and the sacrifices. That is the fellowship sacrifices, which the people in God share. As some is burnt and some is eaten as a festive meal by the people in God's presence. At one level, the worship is quite orthodox, but has been made subservient to the demands of the political situation. Whew. All right. So you have the king who we see who sacrificed his kid, who then, because he's also under pressure from Israel and Assyria. Oh, not Assyria. So we got Ahaz and oh my gosh. Oh, Aram. There we go. The Armenians. All right. So you have Ahaz, who is Israel, and he partners with Aram to they're a power against Assyria. And so, they then start pressuring Judah to go join us. But then he's like, I'm going to sacrifice my kid, and now I'm going to ask Assyria, the superpower, to help me. So when he travels to Damascus, which is like the capital of Assyria, he sees how they do their altars. And so in kind of to show allegiance, which God and country are very much connected at this time, he then forms the altar in the temple in connection with how the Assyrians do it. And so instead of having things dedicated to Yahweh, it's a political move, which then shows just how messed up things are right now. All right, friend, we can start. All right, my guys, and I'll be right back.